Well, well, well. Look who's back. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a stream. A tracking stream. We are going to be tracking currency today. Isn't that fun? What's this doing here? I'm actually going to make it to level 98. Probably not today, but would be nice.
I'll post it right away.
Need Regal 2 for anything? So I actually have a tab ready. What do you mean, sir? 2425. They are the tabs. All right. You know, it's been a hot second since I made a currency earning video. Or currency farming testing video. Well, investment cost. Investment is nothing. Maps are nothing. Crazy. It's gonna be so easy, dude. So easy. I mean, so easy, I'm just gonna kick it off. There's really nothing to look at. Well, why not, right? Everything right? Camera right? Camera angle good? Looks good to me. Audio set up. Yup. Alright. Guys, we're ready. Let's do this thing. It's new. We're back again. We are farming. We're doing 100 maps. 100 tower maps. Bluff tower maps. You might have heard of this strat back in 0.2. It's fallen out of favor because you can no longer, I believe, no longer spawn extra content on a map you've already ran. But people used to run these tower maps like the one I'm opening up right here. Bluff Tower, and you could run it, complete it, but not actually complete it, and you just keep cycling waystones in and out of it, and you would kill all the rare monsters, usually drop a waystone, and I mean, it's the true plug-and-play gameplay here. And so we're kind of going to get a baseline understanding about how good the absolute most basic strategy in the game is. I suspect there are many of you who like doing some methodical juicing content, but maybe you don't always like to do that, or maybe you don't like to do it and you'd rather do something where you really just turn your brain off and kind of alch and go inspired from PoE 1, similar to that. In fact, I don't even need to alch these maps. They usually come pre-magic or pre-rare, and that's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to plug them in. Now, the reason why this strategy should be viable is because even though extra rare or extra content no longer spawns, and by extra content I'm talking about content like, you know, strongbox, shrines, wisps, essence, rogue exiles. None of that content can spawn in a map that you've already ran if you bricked it, or you know, you gotta run it again or something like that. And so you would think it wouldn't work, right? But it does work in the case of the League mechanic. Abyss still spawns every single map, and because that works, we're going to do it this way. And especially because there's an underground area in Abyss that sometimes spawns, and it also doesn't take on the modifiers on the map, I don't really have to care that much about the map roll, the waystone roll, if you will. I don't really care about juicing the map, especially when I'm in the underground area. So all I need to rely on is, you know, maybe a little bit of magic find stats. I got 136 plus a charm, so about I think 151% increased rarity will be about all I need to get the most out of those underground areas. 1 minute maps, 2 minute maps if there's an underground area. I'll do the underground side areas with bosses. I'm not going to full clear down there, but you know, I've seen my fair share of Abyssal Echoes, of Omens of Light, of Ancestral consumables for desecration. They're pretty rare, but given the fact that these maps require literally nothing to set up, and they're just plug and play, zoom, 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 I'd like to see how much currency I can make in a, you know, not a 1 hour session, a 100 map session. It's going to be really fast. I mean, it's going to be, we're going to get 100 maps done about as fast as you can possibly imagine here. What about the investment costs? There's usually a section on that. 0. Nothing. No investment. What about the setup? The waystones, crafts, tablets? Nothing. 0. I'm not doing any of that. Not doing any of that at all. We're simply taking whatever waystone you have and plugging it in. I don't even care that it's 6 modded or anything because I'm not completing it, okay? I'm not even progressing the atlas. So for those of you who hate the delve-like atlas, not even about towers, even with the new patch coming around the corner and you're excited about that, if you just hate the whole delve thing and you just want to run the same map over and over again, turn your brain off, well, this might be the strat for you. Here it is. The Bluff layout is really good for the build I'm running because it's a linear-based twister build. And some of these maps will have Delirium on them, dropped automatically because I do have those Delirium nodes unlocked. You can or don't have to run with Delirium. It doesn't really matter. But there will be an abyss somewhere here, maybe a couple zones. Moving up. Should find it any time. I mean, already almost done with the map, actually. Here it is. I guess, yeah. Couple little zones here. And so I will make one pit stop here. You'll probably get a chest, which have kind of elevated drops out of them in terms of, like, you know, potential of ancient things, omens of light, possibly. Running a very strict filter. Wow, that's pretty rare to get a decent unique. Well, maybe not decent this time around. And that's it. I'll get my one map. Here's the end of the map. And normally, whoops. I didn't see Ghost Sister. I stopped fighting because I forgot that okay. Usually there's no monsters up here unless it's Delirium. Ghost has got me. Hey! I'm trying to level to 98 here. Almost there. Alright, anyway. Precursor beacon, I would hit this and we'd be done and we progress the atlas further. I'm not going to do that here.
Nature's fury.
Not going to do that. Oh. Okay, good. I get my revenge then. Now that I'm actually paying attention. Okay. Okay. Now then, instead of pressing this, I'm just going to get out of here. That's it. And I'm going to go back in here. And I'm just going to put this in. And look, I mean, sometimes it's deli, sometimes it's rare, sometimes it's magic. If it's normal, I probably won't run it. Should be able to sustain waystone, but I may have to grab some extras. And then I'll, you know, check these, and this is probably going to be trash. And yeah, I'll get a few simulacrum splinters. And very strict filter, okay? Very strict. Don't have to run this strict one. Omega strict. This is maybe not the best design filter. I don't even see exalted orbs or anything, but that's where we're at this league, so that is it. And that's it, guys. Really nothing else to say. I mean, the highlights, there won't be that many of them, probably. This is going to be the most basic strat ever. But yeah, we'll see you on the other side. Is the patch live yet? No, that's why we're doing this. Because we're all eagerly awaiting the new patch and stuff. It seems like the perfect time to test this, get it out of the way. Because this is something you'll be able to do before and after that patch. Whether you like dealing with towers or not. The guaranteed drop? No, I mean, a rare mob might... Usually the last rare you kill on a map is going to be decent. Let's hit that by accident. Forgot to use the flask after barrage. I mean, I don't really do that very often. Kind of annoying. Okay, no delirium on this map. Lightning hardly ever comes up on Trinity bar. That's fine. I got plans for Trinity later. I'm not too worried about it right now. I already know my next variant of the build. And yes, there will be a next variant of the build. Oh, Abyssal Depths. Look, it is. Actually, this is map 3, not 4. What am I doing? Yeah, I mean, it still works, just nowhere near as good. As strong, but fine. I don't really see the point in, like, full clearing this. Just kind of gonna rush to the end. Either way, I usually go bottom side, mostly. Plus, twisters will kill things 3 screens away anyway. Let's turn my sound up so I can hear the tink. Beast buffs. Companion? It's Trail of Ice is the important one for Chilled Ground, and Haystor is there too. Oh, the one dead end on the map. What are we figuring out here? Running a tower, not completing it. We're just doing some super I'm testing super basic, like Alcan Go inspired running, which is something anybody can do. For those who would either want to get a basic understanding of like rudimentary currency per hour potential of just like spamming, you know, the same map Abyss, not getting any extra content. It's incredibly convenient to not have to, like, even look at the atlas or something. Like, you know, you sometimes take for granted how much extra time is needed to navigate the atlas, figure out where you're going and all that stuff. So this completely removes any of that. On fire. No juice. I'm not even alking or anything. None of that. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with these, like things like this. If I hit one of these, I'm not really counting this and the map costs and stuff, but I don't know, we'll figure that out. Dreamer does not snapshot. I tested it before. I used to have it as a super in-game option, but it doesn't snapshot, so... Because it's a buff over your character instead, it's only active when you have the shrine buff, which you don't when you swap back. Would have been a really good option for the build if it snapshotted. drop a map that time. Running the build and was able to get all the frenzy charges from 3. Very light to cold and was able to generate charges fine for freeze. Now I can't generate charges. Any thoughts? Cold shots should generate some charges, but yeah, typically in maps it's from freeze. So you're not freezing for some reason. Are your twisters even cold themed? Because I mean that alone should be enough to freeze enemies. Unless you're running a bunch of ailment threshold maps or something, then you might have trouble, but or your weapon is like really bad. I don't know. Explode Shrine works. Well, yeah, Explode Shrine gives you the buff over your character. Lightless Void. Alright, this is the first underground area with the boss. Which I think they have an increased chance to drop something good. I mean, obviously they dropped a key that's not really worth anything, hardly, but... yeah, get a spear with like a tier 2 flat cold roll and you'll freeze, I promise. And or, you know, decent damage plus cold twisters from chilled ground. First one of these. Meditation. That's it. Okay. I'm not really sure if they drop extra desecrated currencies and things normally. Maybe somebody can let me know.
Quick and lethal.
What do you think?
They never do? Alright, well, that's unfortunate. I could have swore I got, like, Abyssal Echoes from one at least once. You would think they would have, like, really high chance. I mean, really elevated chance relative to a rare Abyssal Mob or something. Yeah, it's kind of the old farming strat, but instead of farming the boxes and shrines and or delirium splinters, you don't spawn any extra content except Abyss. The core league mechanic still spawns, so... yeah. It's so, like, turn your brain off and just run. I wonder how good the XP per hour is on this, actually. Combat Frenzy should be weapon set 2, because your Twister is weapon set 2. Isn't it nice we actually get to see the terrain today? The colors in the game. Actually not just running Delirium. Wait, how do I get 6 portals? You automatically get 6 portals if it's unidentified, even though it's gonna have a bunch of mods on it? Superior elegant crossbow. Knew you got me through Acts 1 through 4 in a few hours because of this build. I just kept running with Viper Helm. Oh my god, Viper Helm leveling? Twink leveling with Twister Will? That's pretty sick.
Too weak, too slow.
Darkness awaits.
I hope that's not worth anything.
Need more time.
Next, I want to find a minion with haste aura and the ice effects. The ice effects is mandatory, man. The haste aura is extra. Don't be going for a different ground type. You want it to be cold. I don't even know what spring hair does, man. I don't know what it does. The answer's probably no, though. Can't imagine it. Minion just needs Trail of Ice to achieve the functionality of the build. Yes. Or you can just keep running Wake of Destruction boots and Cold Brotherhood. That's actually like the super early setup. Defy 2 is for the mana cost more than the lucky stuff. So no, I would not recommend that. Tried crafting the 2-socket love brick 5, fracturing the rarity. Then I stopped. Consider yourself lucky. You barely even got into it. It's like so fortunate but unfortunate. Me getting so lucky on that like misleads people into thinking how they can have the same pair. It was really high end gear with the corruption at the end too. Oh my god. Them some big twisters. Loving your build, playing it myself too. Just wondering why you keep redoing the tower. This is just testing a specific strat. Basically the most basic strat in the game. Plug and play strat that doesn't require any brain activity at all. Why Bluff? Bluff was a crowd favorite in 0.2, and people who did this for simulacrum farming, I think. Simulacrum splinter farming. For that reason and others, I guess it fell out of favor. So nobody's really talked about it lately, but I think there's still some potential because of Abyss spawning in every single map. Yeah, and you'll never hit a dead end. So basically, the speciality of this strat is I don't want to waste any time doing anything except running the map. I don't even want to backtrack in the map. Okay, I don't want to set anything up. I don't want to look at my atlas. I don't want to navigate. I don't want to like chess, play the game of chess through the Delve Atlas, figure out where I want to go. I just want to put a waystone that drops and put it in, and nothing else. I don't even want to alch my freaking waystones. They're not even doing that. Almost good. How am I juicing the maps and towers? Nothing. Zero. Absolutely zero juice. The most juice they have is if they drop rare, unidentified, and if they drop delirious. I'm not adding anything to it. Sometimes the simplest, most efficient way to play the game is to just remove all of the friction that normally exists in everything you have to do to set up. Obviously, I don't think this is the best farming strat in the game, but you know, maybe the results will be surprising. I don't know. Or maybe they'll suck. Who knows? I'd be surprised if I don't get anything, because, I mean, you know, you clear 100 Abyss zones, a bunch of underground zones, you should get something. Especially in the underground zones, because, like, the loot that drops down here is baseline for everybody. Nobody gets any special juice down here. No, I'm not adding anything. I'm doing it on principle. Kind of trying to establish a baseline. Here is a super baseline strat. Here's how much currency it makes. Now you've got something to reference, you know, when you're looking at like expanding beyond that. Oh, what was that? Abyssal Echoes. All right, cool. A little bit of currency. Not exactly a jackpot, but a little something. Did you get the setup of 300 div? You will be a lot more squishy than me. And I'm a lot squishier than I was in the previous two versions of the build. But yeah, you could get it up and running. I don't exactly recommend it. I don't really want anybody to run this version of the build unless they have 3,000 plus life. You know, 30% at least, 35% evasion. It's, you know, I already finished the build. Like, 3 variants ago was a very well refined, finished, completed build. 3 variants ago. I just kept expanding it and you know, contorting it into different variants with different tech that may or may not be better. There's payoff involved in every case. And this last variant with Calamity sacrifices a huge amount of EHP for just, you know, more outrageous clear and speed. So it's up to you whether you want to do that variant or not, you know. But yeah, just understand, like, it's way squishier than, like, even that's one variant prior. Because you lose energy shield and all that. You lose energy shield and a bunch of evasion. Their Omen Abyssal echoes. Cool. Not bad. Do you have any opinion increasing damage in the crit ES build? There's like 2 versions of that.
What's new?
Yuck. I'm not exactly sure which, what you're getting at. You're asking me about, that's like a opaque question. Like, I kind of remember those, but I don't. Whatever, whatever the guide says is basically the pinnacle gear of that variant of the build, you know? Otherwise, DPS increases come from moving away from defense and into more damage with subsequent variants of the build. I don't care about dying, just let me see boom boom screen clears and I'm chill. Well, then you want to do this variant here. Don't even try to follow this variant without real life gear and a headhunter at least. It's just not going to be a good time. Like minimum, I would say minimum 2,500 life and headhunter. Minimum to do the Calamity variant. I've gotten a lot of feedback from people. I mean, nobody's like mad or anything because I gave the warning, right? Multiple times over. But there are a lot of people who really like the build. And they've been following along the variant, and then they get to this one and they're like, nope, I'm out. I'm dying way too much. This is a step backwards in my opinion. Like, there's just a lot of people who feel that way. They feel like this is a step backwards in the evolution of the build. And that's fine. I got no problem with that. Go back, do the ES version. I mean, that was a finished build anyway, so yeah. I actually like, you know, more glassy, super glass cannon stuff. So I'm gonna keep playing the game the way I like playing it, and you guys can stop wherever you want. Yeah, I think the real hindrance was losing all the evasion. Just evasion's really strong in the game right now. Going from like 75% evasion down to 65% evasion, then down to like 40% evasion. That's like all your survivability out the window, basically. Woo, get wrecked. I'm not really paying attention to the number, am I? Yeah, I don't even have a deflect roll now because it's kind of pointless. I realized. I do actually have about 15% deflect chance because of the 1 point on the passive tree. The formula is really favorable, in, you know, early on with minimal amount of investment. But like, I'm investing so little in evasion now that. Although, I don't know. Once I get headhunter buffs, I actually have over 50% evasion, which I'm really happy with. This has definitely increased my survivability, because for a second there I was running with like 35% max, and now I got like 55% max. Big difference. Yeah, I saw the rarity post, yeah. Yeah, I watched the video. I think everybody watched that video. I mean, I'm glad the test was done. It's good. It's good that was done. That info's out there. It's kind of basic. Only applies to non-juice content, but Still good. I'm gonna have to stop forgetting to do this. The TLDR on the rarity test was done only looking at rarity on gear, not in area. Big difference between, basically, big dividends in rarity up to around 150%, and then for whatever reason going above 150% seems to be basically pointless. Like 150 to 500 was less than 100 to 150 in terms of the impact. I watched Crip's video. I don't know if I saw a follow-up.
Too weak, too slow.
We have here. Is that good? 25% heavy armor plate? I gotta check that. You have 6, they even know anything about crafting, like you make triple. Yeah, crafting's crazy, dude. Oh my god. I've made so much currency crafting mostly body armors, but even like crafting the jewel for my own build. Y'all apparently too lazy to craft it. I'm paying 150 div for it or something. Outrageous. What allows you to move fast around the map? Attack speed with an attack movement scaling skill like Tempest Flurry or Whirling Slash, or I don't know, there's these maybe like 1 or 2 other ones. Not movement speed. Something I've been trying to put out there in the community this entire league and last league. The movement speed is a pretty redundant stat nowadays on, you know, virtually any build. Maybe not casters, but any attack-based build, especially one near the bottom right-hand side of the tree, would invariably want to move this way. The opportunity cost is absurdly cheap. It makes your head spin. It's so cheap. The kind of the actual cost in terms of stats, currency, gear that I have to make to move the equivalent of a mirror tier Roa build is laughable. It's just laughable. Keep in mind, I am well geared at this point, but like, you know, like I got these gloves that are super, super expensive, high investment. But I can just take them off and still move pretty freaking fast, you know what I mean? If a Roa player takes their boots off, you know, GG, no re, right? Okay, exceptional heavy belt. Or heavy... Wait. Okay, that answers my question. Not 89. Get out of here. Now, I've been saying that in order to move fast like this, you don't actually need to invest much currency. People didn't seem to get the memo, or believe me, to a certain extent. So I made a video showcasing this build at 1 divine budget, moving, I don't know, at least half as fast on a 1 divine budget, which is still pretty dang fast, right? And that was a very useful video. Probably the most useful video I made all league. Was that 1 divine budget, whirling slash twister, showcasing all the, you know, early in-game stuff. Anything you might halfway expect a 1 divine budget build to do, and then some. I.e. not tier, not Uber, not Uber Arbiter or something, but, you know. Like the first round of Zesh, first round of Simulacrum. What are these invisible mobs? What am I testing? Super basic plug and play. The most basic turn your brain off strat in the game. Bluff towers spam for Abyss. Abyss currencies, abyssal depths. Something like that. Now that I've wasted half my day. Oh, yeah. It's, I made that kind of video once before in 0.1, and people, it was so unenjoyable to do that I literally had a bad attitude about it back in 0.1. Like, I remember, like, making the video. I almost didn't even post it because I didn't like my own attitude coming out in the video. It was obvious that I was not enjoying the process of making that video. Because who wants to do that, you know? You wake up, do a farming day, you got your super powerful character you've worked hard on for the past week or 2 or 3. But no, instead you just strip everything down and you make a 1 divine budget version of your build, and now you're playing with that for the day. That is literally like, that is just so antithetical to the experience of that a person wants to have playing an ARPG. Completely antithetical. And to actually go through the process of playing like half the day like that is not fun at all. But I did it because, you know, I wanted to show the people. This time when I made it, I realized in advance what it meant to do it, and I remember I took the lesson from last time, got my attitude adjustment ready, and I had a good head on my shoulders, and, you know, I let a little bit of comedy through, but, you know, it was a very, very well received video this time, like it was last time. And yeah, it's probably, aside from maybe the initial build guide video, starting the league, it's probably the most important video I made all league. A lot of people switched to the build after that video, more after that video than any other. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who don't have, you know, hundreds of divines. I am sustaining Waystones by the looks of it. This build looks mega expensive and out of reach. I know. It's online literally in Act 2. I mean, you could argue it's online in the second zone of the campaign, because obviously it doesn't look like this, but you got Whirling Slash Twister and Frozen Locust and super early Act 1. That's functionally Twister build right there. I made Twister my leveling build. I don't see myself doing any other skill for leveling. I don't even want to. It's so fun, like, actually abusing the higher skill cap of, like, managing where you, terrain management, you know, in the early parts of the game when the combat pace is actually slow enough, you can, you have time to abuse terrain and stuff, which is basically just Act 1, pretty much. But I really enjoy that. I love, like, hiding a boss over into a tiny little area and just obliterate them with Twister, and that to actually be, that process to be way faster because it's just that strong. Did I come up with this build? Yeah, I think it's fair to say I came up with it, because I played Twister as a leveling build at the beginning of 0.2. There we go, that's a real one. This is it's big. So like, what was it? 0.2 I wanted to play Amazon. I wasn't sure what skill I wanted to use. Actually, I was sure. My intention going into 0.2 was to use Lightning Spear. Because I played Amazon in Diablo 2. Javazon. And I remember feeling very nostalgic about that. So I was like, you know, I want to play... Oh, I'm definitely doing the Lightning Spear. Before we even get to Lightning Spear, we had to use other skills, and I remember the hard lesson learned playing Monk in 0.1, how basic attacks is like probably stronger than anything you can do in Act 1. So, but then I tinkered around with whatever skills were available, and I noticed the whirling slash twister thing was surprisingly good, you know, single target and clear, you know, in the first half of Act 1, without really understanding, you know, how to abuse terrain and stuff. But even then I caught on. I was like, this is interesting. And so I kept on using it. Later found out it was bugged in terms of damage from elemental twisters, but I was not doing elemental twisters until Act 2 of Cruel. So I actually missed the boat on that. I did get to participate in that bug unwittingly for like half a day or something between Act 2 Cruel and high tier maps or something. But then they fixed the bug. It was actually bugged a separate way, which made it do less damage than it was supposed to. Twister damage was bugged two ways. Essentially, it was doing like... It was doing half the damage it was supposed to, and like 6 times the amount of damage it was supposed to. And then they bug fixed the 6x multiplier out, and then it was doing half as much damage as it should. And then they later, like a week later, they fixed that side, and then it was doing the real amount of damage it should. Wow, what a nice build. Thank you. This, you know, one of the reasons I'm doing this strat is because it's really fun with this build, obviously. Going through Bluff, the Bluff map with twisters. I'm basically racing my own twisters through the map. Just driving my way through. Don't have to think about backtracking the terrain or anything. Just, this is my one pit stop I make on the Abyss, and I don't even have to like do anything, just have twisters out and just wait for the chests to appear. It's just pretty easy. Of course, I'm way overgeared for this particular difficulty level, but that's fine. Huh. Exceptional twin bow. Dang it, dude. I almost got a monster, I think. Not quite the good base. He died so fast his icon didn't disappear. Let's see here. 3. Dang. So I can be mad. Oh, okay. It's not that good anyway. Whatever. So I'll hit it with this just in case it hits something really good. Nope. Yeah, I forgot the name of it. Break even is around 420 to get out of Tangle Tongue. That's good info if true. Preserved cranium. Not the best. The Fire Twister looks amazing. Yeah, because I steal Headhunter buffs, I steal the Trail buffs all the time, so I actually experience all Twister archetypes. Makes it harder to handle Trinity, though. Interesting with Headhunter, we can actually steal the specialized Abyssal Rare modifiers. Blasphemy with Wind Dancer, yep. Yeah, I couldn't do that for a minute because I had a gold amulet instead of solar, but I figured it out by using the Diala's 10% quality, which gave me just enough extra reservation efficiency to do it. Moving Siphon Elements over from 2 to 1 and then dropping Blasphemy, which was 54. Tier 5 Warlock leggings, nice. Is this the Twister? Nah, this is not the Twister everybody's hype about. This is the specialized Twister. This is the secret forbidden Twister build. Yeah, 40 div for 10 spirit. Actually, it was only 9 spirit. Apparently. Because of the reservation numbers and how they work.
Too weak, too slow.
Nothing spawned up here. What do you mean the Twister build everybody's hype about? Who's talking about this build? Nope. Ooh, Manu. Hi, how's it going? I see a secret recipe for Pearl Amulet. I heard about it. I don't think I'm very interested in that base, though. Both gold and solar. Like, I would want solar unless I don't need the spirit, then I want gold. I think. Actually, I could maybe just about... How much all-res is it? Is it 20 or is it only like... Wait, it's like 15, right? I guess I could do it on that. Because I could run an extra rarity roll as a suffix somewhere else if I did that. That makes sense. $50 spirit. Oh, it's only 10 all res. It's pretty bad then because gold can roll up to 20. That's the equivalent of a tier 2 roll of rarity. 10 all res is not tier 2 all res. That's like tier 4 all res. So it's just going to be inferior. Assuming you're valuing rarity and and resistance is the same, insofar as I need to cap my res and then I go for rarity, which is basically where I'm at. Yeah, so I mean, in terms of min maxing, it's either solar or gold. You get the all res higher. Yeah, you could get it up to 12. Reserve cranium again. You can see the mini map. What am I looking to drop? Primary target is high tier desecrated currencies. More than anything. Greater chaos or what do I feel about the changes? Nah, no good drops yet. Power stacking? Yeah, I guess it is lowering the ceiling, I suppose. I mean, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. A dumbing down of the high-end juicing potential. True. Unless the numbers are literally higher, I guess. I never minded the tower setup. I was fairly indifferent about it. It's one of those things where I hear people complain about it incessantly, and I just kind of roll my eyes at it. But I know it's literally unpopular with my own base of my own audience to roll my eyes at it. So I just generally don't talk about it. I don't have any strong feelings in defense of towers. I just don't care. Like, I'll play the game efficiently, whatever it is. I'm very much on board with a game that enforces a great deal of delayed gratification to get something big, because I know that while it may feel like I don't know, to whatever extent performing less because I have to work extra hard to get X amount of currency or something, I know that that's something everybody has to endure. Like, it's not like it's just me who has to find towers, so it means, in terms of the mechanics of everything, fewer people are willing to go the distance on min-maxing towers, which just puts me in a better spot. That's how I look at things. It's basically a zero-sum game, in terms of way everything's set up. The more cumbersome and annoying tower setups are to min-max, the fewer people will do them. The fewer people that do it, the more valuable currency, raw currency will be, and other things that come, or uniques and things that come as a result of that. The more valuable those things are, the more worth it is to spend extra time to set up towers and do the thing. Like, that's how the economics of this all works. I say that ironically, doing this farm here, which is antithetical to all that. This farm here says, I don't want to mess with any setup or nothing. I just want to blast. I just want to blast and do it. And so this is what we're doing today. We put our blaster's cap on, and we not only said no to towers, we said no to crafting waystones and everything on today's farm. We're not doing anything. Zero prep work whatsoever. Yeah, the grand projects thing is part of that equation, yeah. Sure. I don't play PoE 1. I don't really understand the big deal about the upcoming patch. Yeah, there's people in that camp too. There's people who only know what they know, and they kind of like the system with the towers and everything, and they're like, why Why is everybody clamoring to get towers removed anyway? I don't get it. Like, the game is great, you know. That's their attitude. I sometimes forget about those people. I too often fall in the trap of thinking everything in terms of, well, it's this way in PoE 1, so... ... So yeah, to recap, don't really have any strong opinions. I'm not like, what would you say, looking forward to the patch in any special way. I will, you know, explore new options and look at farming efficiently with whatever the game throws at me. That's basically how it'll go down. I suppose change for the sake of change is good. As a content creator, it gives me more things to do, more things to look at. Oh, that's huge. Huge start to that. Another big one. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. I was reading through some comments on Reddit about this topic and saw somebody make there was like an argument going on between somebody who probably takes the position I take on this, who like appreciates the extra work and delayed gratification and all that, the higher ceiling, and then there was somebody who was, you know, well, let's just say they fell straight into the category of PoE 1 brain rot I referenced back in 0.2. They said, I want the game to be more like PoE. Why did they need to change the formula? They had it worked perfectly well last time. What are they? They're like, this changes. Towers are bad because I can't do the content I want to do, and you can do the content you want to do. Yeah, it was like, that was the crux of the argument, right? You guys have heard that argument before, right? Wait a minute. What's all this? What's all this? Zeus, 10 gifted subs? Oh, dude, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna try to recap this argument again. Maybe you guys can help me. So... the idea is that the change from the way the endgame system works in PoE 1 to PoE 2 is bad because it removes player agency to run the exact types of maps they want. They are instead forced to, you know, go through like a, you know, the whole Delve Atlas thing. They'd rather just plug in whatever map they want. They can't just run whatever map they want. Okay, yeah, that's basically the argument. And that anyone who is complaining against that is just being unreasonable, because why would you ever vote against player agency? You know, you can play the game the way you want. I want to play the game the way I want. Why are you voting against me playing the game the way I want? Okay, is that a decent enough steel man of that argument? Did I leave anything out? Because I'm now going to... rebut it.
Need more time.
The reason why it is a perfectly valid argument to be on the side against player agency is because maybe your version of playing the game you want to play is one that takes into account all the various different ways you can play the game, and you would like to play it in a way that is efficient and fun and tailored to, you know, higher investment or higher ceiling. delayed gratification, and that's your preferential way to play, and therefore you're going to play the game in whatever way it's set up to do that, but you would like for that way to be more involved, more things to do, more ways to scale it, that sort of thing. A perfect example of something you might not like is the game being balanced around the Crimson Prison Apothecary farming and Rage Strong boxes for 6 leagues straight. Maybe you would say, yeah, I would actually like something different than this, and even though I am capable of buying the Scarabs, buying the 8 mod corrupted maps, and running every single map all day long in the Crimson Temple because that's the best farm to do, my preferred way to play is to play the game in a way that's farming currency efficiently, and this is what I must do to do that. How about a different setup? Maybe one that's a little more robust where there are extra factors and it's not so easy to discern exactly the way to play. Maybe let's throw a bunch of curveballs into the player's agency, make them have to work a little more to get something, you know, like, for example, a Delve Atlas, where you literally cannot copy it one for one. And so maybe you have something better than what other players have. Maybe they have something better than what you have. And that's all part of the fun of it. That could be preferential. It is, for me. And so that would be a decent argument against, hey, let's just let every player play the exact type of map they want, because that's just going to be a race to the bottom in terms of whatever is the most efficient way to play. The more player agency you give to players, the more dumbed down the game gets, and we're all just going to be running the exact same strat and maps. Right? And not everybody wants that. Is there a leveling guide? There is a leveling run-through, walk-through with Twister Act 1. There's a Maxroll link with early versions of stuff, yeah. Oh yeah, the logical extreme to give players maximum agency is, well, what if the developers decided one day they wanted to ruin their game by just giving players a access to a big giant nuke button, and you walked into the map and you press the button, and then everything in the map dies and all the loot just suddenly appears in your stash. And that's all you did. You just open the map, walk in, press the button, walk out, open the stash, there's all your loot. What if we had access to that? Would that make the game better or worse? And you could say, well, I mean, you know, if such a thing existed, I guess we'd all be doing it because we would have access to it, right? And it would be just one more thing that we could do. But obviously, anybody with their head on straight would say, no, the developers obviously need to put more friction in the game than that. You know, so they need to, you know, make the game somewhat invigorating, make players work a little bit for something, right? And so, you know, there's the whole like logical fallacy of trying to take an argument the whole way, and then you see how ridiculous an argument it is when you just take it to its logical extreme. At the end of the day, different players want different things out of the game. Some players want more friction, some players want less, some players want more agency, some players want more delayed gratification, and some players want more of a sandbox, less direction on how to do, less obvious ways to play. Some people want more. And at the end of the day, we're all just kind of debating against what our own personal preferences. Is the build only play? No, any class can do this build. You gotta go to like the bottom right hand side of the tree, but yeah, any class can do it. Nope. Can an unascended witch play this game? Probably. At a high enough level. Why do you want crit on spear? Because we're a crit build. Crit on spear is multiplicative with other forms of crit. This is a crit based build. Took all kinds of passive points on the tree for crit. You think I'm gonna do a windy druid, huh? It's crazy to think how much the monk got shit on in terms of the wind archetype build. Poor monk. Amazon, well, considering its spear is Amazon archetype. Yeah, Amazon totally ate the monk's lunch on that one.
I'm not ready.
Hey, 30 exalts. Yay.
Defines us all.
I enjoyed this Bluff farm when there was no bug for Delirium Atlas and we had Delirium Mirrors in there. Wait, how'd you get Deli Mirror in there on the repeat farm? We're a third of the way through this already. You're talking about fractured mirrors? Because in 0.2 at least, you couldn't put mechanics onto a map that had already been ran. Yeah, okay, you're talking about delirious maps, not Delirium Mirror.
Prepare yourself.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. That was the case in 0.1 as well. You just didn't have the bluff layout. What am I trying to do with this farm? Basically just trying to get an understanding about what is, what kind of currency you can make with like just giga brain dead, no juice, repeat running maps. Especially with the Abyss mechanic front and center, like spawning in every single map. It's kind of interesting. And the fact that the Abyssal Depths doesn't take on the avatar of whatever you're juicing anyway, so it's like, doesn't even matter. Should be a legitimate strategy, at least. I mean, at least conceptually it is. Depends on if I ever get anything good to drop down there. All the elements today. That won't be necessary with new tablets. Well, it might be necessary for somebody who despises any prep work whatsoever. Plus, we don't have new tablets yet, so it's nice to get a baseline.
Go, choose what you need. A useful trade, indeed.
Yes? Prepare yourself. An easy trophy.
Can I use the shield with enough? I think you need like 40% or more accuracy for it to outperform Dance with Death. I can't remember exactly the number. It was something like 40, 45%. Or 40 to 45,000 accuracy. I remember kind of looking at it back at the time. Yeah, we all got our science projects. I have dropped like 4 of those Abyssal Echoes, I guess, but that's the only thing I've really... A couple Craniums. I haven't dropped any big things. Like ancient pieces. Yeah, it's mostly focused on spamming Abyss. It's very, you know, Alkengo inspired.
Quick and lethal.
A lot of people like to play the game this way, so it'd be nice to show, you know, what kind of currency can you make if you got a character that's more than capable of it, right? I'm not doing this because it's the only thing my character can handle. By the way, I did some 150% deli overrun maps earlier today. A couple of them. It's pretty easy, actually. Also, why does the 6 abyssal desecration tech not work for Waystones? As in, like, no abyssal desecration mods.
We do not suffer and live. We thrive.
Shitty. Yeah, I mean, it went well. Well enough. I didn't run enough maps to, like, really get a sense of how good it is, but... I did some pretty high-tier maps. Keeping the track of depths? No, I don't really see a reason to do that. Looks like it's got, like, maybe a 20% spawn rate. Are you guys tired of the fact that I haven't, come out with a new variant yet in like 2 days? Is it about time? About time to come out with another new variant? Another Abyssal Echoes. That thing's common. No, I don't have any guide for crafting rings. That... I can make a guide on crafting the amulet. That one's actually pretty easy. Not easy, I guess. Ring? I don't know, man. It's too weird. My next version of the build is going to be the Forbidden Duo. The tech you should never try, you should never put together, but I'm going to make it work. I'm talking Trinity plus Elemental Conflux at the same time. I'm working on it a little bit behind the scenes. I actually ran out of maps. Well, I didn't run out of maps. I have these. What do you guys think? Trinity plus Elemental Complex, same time? Shouldn't even be possible. Yeah, that's alright.
Barely broke a sweat. Meet your end.
I'm trying to think of a way to craft one ring so people can calandra it, but I don't know. Because to do that, you would have to get like you maybe abandon Mana Leech and get Life Leech on the gloves instead or something. Because you wouldn't want to, 2 copies of Leech on Calandra's Touch. Should I go Deadeye for smoother experience?
The past continues to influence the present.
Deadeye should be the best ascendancy for the build, best all-around ascendancy for it.
An easy trophy.
My eyes! Does anybody have a Blood Mage Twister build? Is that a thing? How is it possible you're running the same map many times over? Yeah, that is an interesting thing, isn't it? If a tower in particular, unlike, a boss or especially killing the rares, you're not accidentally going to complete it because you have to press the little thing at the end in order to complete it. So you can keep abandoning the map and respawning it. Now the downside is you don't get any extra content in here, but you actually do because for whatever reason the league mechanic will continue spawning over and over again. So,
Not yet.
so this is like the fastest League mechanic spamming strat you can probably do. Fastest, cheapest one. Obviously, like overrun abyss maps would be more juice or whatever, but in terms of no expense, literally no expense, because you drop a map every time. You're just running it unidentified. I don't press the precursor beacon. Great strat for anybody who, you know, doesn't have a high bar. You know, they just want a very low bar, something to completely turn their brain off,
Yes.
make some currency doing it.
Can I help? I'm sure someone will want that.
My PC can't play this build. The game runs as 10 FPS. I can't help you there. This game is more resource intensive than most out there. And I guess the build is even more resource intensive. Wow, that's a surprisingly... Oh wait, what? Okay, I got debated. I thought I hit a dead end there. It's not a dead end. I was like, I've never seen a dead end that big on this map. Why am I not putting identified waystones? It's out of principle. Trying to do the absolute most brain dead non-investment strategy imaginable that would still be viable. So brain dead, I'm not even IDing the waystones or juicing up, like no baseline, not even like alking, regaling, nothing, literally nothing. So it's a true zero setup, zero investment strat, an actual true. Well, and the only setup involved is to find a tower map. Yeah, saving Scroll of Wisdom. True. Scroll of Wisdom, man. You gotta watch out for those. They'll break your bank. Of course you should 6-mod all of these maps, obviously. But you don't have to. And the only reason I'm not doing it is because of the underground area that doesn't even get any benefit from the juice, so... At least, I can argue that the juice is redundant, you know? It can at least make an argument that there's no reason to do it. It's kind of fun, like, seeing what element, what color will the twisters be in this cast? I don't know. Are they going to have an element? Cold, lightning, fire, or nothing? I don't know. You never know what you get. Like putting your hand in a Skittles bag. Do I like chasing Abyss? Not particularly, but I just had an idea for this to be a legit farm. I think this ought to be a farm that... I believe this should be the most basic farm in the game right now. Spamming the same tower map over and over for the league mechanic, whatever that is. How's my res? It's capped. Barely. Not chaos. Got 1 chaos res roll. Not dropping anything? Well, we'll see what the results are after 100 maps. It's true, the loot filter is very, very tight. More so than what's justified for a strat like this, but if you're running this strat, you're probably picking up Exalted Orbs, for example. Not nothing. Those are actually going up in price pretty quick, I think, because people are prefix desecrating their wastestones.
Barely broke a sweat.
What are people chancing? Constrictor helmets, headhunters. Oh. Where am I from originally? Indiana, US. The land of farmers. We got farmers and Amish people. Do I like Tokyo? I do, yeah. An unimaginably peaceful metropolitan city. Didn't think such a thing was possible. Couldn't have even conceived it
Freaking lethal.
before I came here. At the very least, we don't have mass riots and mass shootings every weekend. You know, underground river. What? I'm confused. Is there a joke in there? How do you generate frenzy charges? In this setting, it's mostly freezing with combat frenzy. The called shots may get off before the kill is made as well. The ascendancy point on the Deadeye. Dang, no random divine yet. It feels bad, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little surprising. I mean, your random divine is usually going to drop by now. My minion's hasted, yeah. He's got haste aura. Veiled maps have a curse tag. Is it really called a cursed tag? How hard is it to craft? It's like a 50 to 100 div craft. It's not that it's hard, it's just, yeah, it's just ridiculous RNG on it. There's a little bit of nuance there. If you kind of understand the weightings, you can like make a call like, do I do Omen of Light or do I just, you know, 1 and 3 annul? Is it what is it worth in this case? You know, or maybe knowing a couple of other versions of it that's quite valuable. I hit a different version that appears to be insanely valuable. Maybe you guys can tell me. Probably for Blood Mage. So I hit. Okay, so I fractured 25% effective notables. I hit 24% increased effective small, large, and specialized desecrated mod 1% life per notable. There were only 2 in existence, and they were both like around 300 divines, but I don't know if that was like a real price or not. And actually, that specific modifier cannot even be searched. You can't even search 1% life notables. It's one of those bugged mods that the game doesn't register, so. But would that conceivably be worth like 100 plus divines? Presumably for Blood Mage. The funny thing is I turned down 3% energy shield, which actually had a more stable market of around 60-70 div. But I saw those two, which were like really hard to search, and there were only a couple there, and I was like, let's find out, you know, is it really worth like 200, 300 div or what? So I started it off at like 270, and I saw Crip's Rarity video. Yep, we already talked about it earlier in the stream. Ironically, I'm doing kind of what that test was about. Non-modded underground abyssal areas. I don't know why Crip keeps making videos about how certain mechanics are worse than they should be or something. It seems like the only content he makes. Armor is not as good as it should be. Rarity is not as good as it should be, or whatever, something like that. Ain't it weird? It's like the only content he makes. When was the last time Crip put out a really awesome build guide or farming strat or something? He was making some guides for Last Epoch. He's doing. I think he just focuses on Hearthstone. So he doesn't bother making content, serious content for PoE. Yeah. Nah, I'm not so mean as to call him a tourist, but Okay. Maybe that's something. To be honest, a lot of the PoE streamers, you don't see them after drops have gone. Yeah. Almost like you're insinuating tourism. Just here for the drops. Oh, it's drop season? Let's go to PoE too. I don't know, but he said he enjoys the patch. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Herald support. Can you check the guide? That's why I have a guide linked right there. Come on, dude. I don't need to open up. I don't need to stop what I'm doing just to open up my supports. I have these links for a reason. So I don't have to do that every time somebody asks. Yes, the guide is updated with the Herald links. You probably don't have the attribute requirement or something. If you don't have the strength requirement, you can't put gems in Herald of Ash. It still functions, but you can't put any gems in there. No, it's just 1% per notable. 1%. You know how they balance. You know how the games balance. 3% energy shield per small node, 1% life per notable. I mean, that's perfectly in alignment with how they balance ES and life on the tree. makes perfect sense. I love how fast this goes. There is something almost like a meditation about this farm. I'm practically meditating doing this. No. Bad. How much rarity? With the charm up, I have 151. I recrafted my boots last night, removed deflection, and got rarity. Kinda, I mean, you're still gonna have to spend a bunch of time prepping the maps. The whole, like, rolling the maps, you know, especially if you're doing overrun maps only. If you're somebody doing overrun maps only, you're gonna be, like, spending a lot of time hunting the right zones and stuff. You know? Actually, do I get rarity as a bonus from Headhunter? What am I cooking? I'm not cooking anything. I'm relaxing. I'm relaxing by the TV, watching my favorite sports team. Not cooking tonight. Oh god, that was weird. How much deli does this map have? Jesus. I was spamming my life flask there. Must be a high deli map. Or something. Got the beat down. Now what I'm actually cooking is what will probably be the final variant of this build. The forbidden combo of Trinity and Elemental Conflux. Never meant to belong together, but I'm going to make it work. I'm also going to get Trinity on the main hand weapon as well. I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. What's my best way to farm currency? Craft sleek hybrid body armors. I made more currency doing that than anything this league. It's not even close. Yeah, I'm doing the same tower over and over again. This is a plug-and-play strat. Absolutely brain dead. Zero investment, zero setup aside from finding the first tower. This is a love letter to the players who want absolutely nothing to do with towers or even navigating a delve like Atlas. They just want Alk and Go. This is for you. How much they cost on average to craft? I've been doing so I've done so many of them. There is no real way to answer that question honestly, because you just invariably settle on some good combination. The goal isn't to try and hit perfect tier 1 mods or whatever. The goal is to invest less than it costs to buy it on trade. That's the goal. Dry res, yeah, deflection's fine, maybe even faster recharge rate, but yeah, usually at least 2 res. 3 is best, tier 2 and above, typically. Sometimes tier 3 might be in there, make it worth less. Sometimes I valid in the end, sometimes not. I usually don't settle for anything worse than tier 2, percent, tier 2 flat. It could have spirit otherwise, it could be worth a lot that way. It could have hybrid, probably not life hybrid. The desecration, finishing the items usually finished on the prefix side. Sometimes I bought the body armors with suffixes already done. Sometimes I got the body armor, it's just starting it with the transmute and aug. Like I got one in my bag right now that could very well be worthy of crafting. It just depends on what the regal hits. If the regal hits, especially if the regal hits flat, it'll be game on for craft for sure. I'll be almost guaranteed to make a lot of currency off that one. Because I already hit like tier 1% and a tier 2 res on it. Wait, I hit... Oh no! I wasn't supposed to hit that! Uh-oh. Well, it's okay, guys. I did 50 maps here. Now I'll just do 50 maps up here. It's fine. Now, if I do that again, we have a problem. I'm gonna have to go find another Bluff map. Whoops. This map is called Bluff. Yes. Maybe that zone was just bad. I have already ran this zone, by the way. This is not a fresh Bluff zone. This is what the guy called it earlier? Cursed tag map. Okay. Dude, I've ran several visions. I've ran at least 20 Jade Isles. I've not seen it. Probably 30 Jade Isles. I've not seen a single one. I'm pretty bitter about it, not gonna lie. You cast Barrage, does it take long? No, it's super fast because it's set to weapon set 1, and weapon set 1 is... I mean, this is Barrage cast right here. I casted it. Twister. Barrage. It's not instant, but it's pretty fast.
What is it? These are as expected. Of course.
Did I try cast on elemental element? I was going to, and then I realized it cost more reservation. I was like, nope. Not doing it. Actually, what I was most excited for was elemental invocation, but it doesn't work very well. It's unfortunately snapshots in a bad way. Abyssal Depths. How do you get your damage so high? I only have a 50k DPS. I have a nearly perfect weapon. That's the main reason. 2 tier 1 flat rolls otherwise. My attack speed's not high on the weapon though. The heck, bro? What? Yo, what is going on? You just gonna be immune all day? Wow, actually bricked one. That guy was just immune the whole time. Somehow one-shot me, I guess. Or no, he probably didn't even one-shot me. I just couldn't leech. That was. Yeah, I'd seen something like that before back when my character was much weaker and I couldn't, you know, just instant kill most mobs, but I haven't seen that in ages. Bear Charm? Yeah, I have. I didn't realize. How much does it cost, actually? The problem is Cat is just so freakishly good. It gives a huge crit roll, huge evasion roll, a bunch of speed as well. But yeah, maybe, I mean, I should at least play with Bear, I guess. I would notice the drop in speed immediately, too. It would drive me nuts. I mean, 600 life. 600 life's a lot. Does it say 600 life? What does it actually say about the life? Increased charm effect. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even know that was a mod. Increased charm effect. Is that a prefix or suffix? Ooh, collar.
Too slow. Prepare yourself.
I was playing the ES build on your guide, then I dumped 200 divs for Calamity. And now my life is miserable. %45 increased charm effect with 5 points. Maybe I'll look into it. So for cat, that would be 5% attack speed, 25% crit chance. Oh wait, no, you said 45% actually. Oh shit, okay. That'd be 9% attack speed, 45% crit, 45% evasion. And more rarity too. Huh. The fact that there's more rarity might push me over the edge. Chance orb. First rare tier currency. Whoa. It's rarer than a null or divine. What the hell? Are you gonna run the same map over and over again? I guess it'll have a boss every time, huh? Yeah, maybe the maps will have a boss every time, so it'll be easier to not accidentally complete it. 4 all fire. Is that any good? My math is mathing. You'd have 4.2k live. Or I could have 145% evasion, 145% crit, and 28% increased attack speed. Like, how am I gonna give that up? Alright, maybe I'll compromise. For the guide, I will suggest everybody should use the bear charm, but for me, myself, nah. I'm going glassy, max glass. Maximum glass. Uranium. What's your evasion right now? 47%. Like 10k? Maybe. How well does cat evasion? I mean, not all that well. But the crit and the speed. I don't know. I'll go see if, like, when I have all my headhunter buffs without cat, if it's because I did verify that I had 99% crit chance on like a super juice map earlier today with like all headhunter buffs, or you know, most of them, I guess. Even though my crit chance is actually only about like 60% normally, at 100%. The headhunter carried me from like 60 all the way to 100. Freaking crazy. It might have been a full 8 seconds of an inevitable crit, but I don't think so. Farm will be done in less than 3 hours. Whoa. Guess who's back? Making your early morning breakfast. Yeah. Oh, it worked, huh? There you go. I am in action today. How'd you set up your atlas? This, did you add essences? No, you can't add anything. You basically just do regular juicing atlas, ironically, because you can't do anything with the thing. You don't spawn any extra content. So we'll need to revisit this when they make the changes where they're deliberately looking at spawning extra content, but they... I mean, presumably running the same map over and over is not going to suddenly allow you to spawn extra content, because that seems to be like a hard-coded rule to kind of prevent people from doing the same map over and over again for like really high currency stuff. Six mod double corrupted waystones. What is a 6 mod double corrupted waystone? The vision requires us to run mire. Yep. Sometimes the mire jungle is in the way between where you are and where you want to go. You just gotta run it. Feel the weight. The strat would work better next update. I mean, not necessarily. Depends on if extra content is allowed to spawn on repeat maps, which it currently cannot. I think I mentioned it already. I'll try to mention this again. Wow, that is way back. Perfect jeweler. Used to be worth something. New patch release? Nah, I don't know. At some point this week. Friday at the latest, I guess. Crit damage bonus. Ugh. Super fast with Shroudwalker. Holy. What is my attacks per second right now? What in the world? Almost 16? I stole all the speed buffs this map, apparently. We'll not reach this number without aspect of the cat. Behemoth Wound Time Lost Sapphire has sold for 112 divines. Well then. Well then. That's some profit. Why are you leaving setups prepared so you can take extra juke map? That's not my intention, but I've been running. I only have like one thing set up and I'm running it. Not today, but otherwise. Gemini bow. That jewel is my jewel, uncorrupted. I'm crafting like 1 a day, 1 or 2 a day. Ah! You know the funny thing is the second I changed this over to a tink, they dropped like half value in 1 day. I don't know what happened to annulls. They went from 2 to 1 div to like 4 to 1 div. I can't drop a divine, guys. Can't do it. You have enough for a mirror? No. No, I've never had that much currency on me at once. I always reinvest everything. Plus, I have no use for a mirror. How good is the life flask? Actually, it's really good if you use it. It's not something worth making a video on, but check this out. I'll show you. The ward will come up immediately. Or not. Apparently it didn't come up immediately. That was weird. Let me try again. Oh, there we go. Alright. Oh, it's now gone already. It's 1,000 ward. Oh, here it is. Over here. 947 ward. Yeah, so while I farm here for like no currency, I sell a jewel for 117 divines. What do you think I'm making my currency? I know I crafted that particular one for less than half of that. Well, aren't we in the middle of cycles now with like two months PoE 2, 2 months PoE 1? Like, shouldn't the PoE 1 trailer be dropping at least or something? Or am I mistaken? How many weeks has PoE 2 been out? 0.3?
is rust. Gold is useless. Go.
Boom, that's a starter chest. Just over 4 weeks. Okay.
Return to death.
Why am I farming Bluff? Because it's the most smooth, comfy, zero setup, zero investment map that I can possibly do. Towers can't be completed unless I am stupid enough to hit the precursor thingy at the end, which I did once. Just dropped a Calamity. Actually, I need to verify that's even on my filter. Guys, are we gonna do bows in PoE 1 next time? Bows.
Kill the fleshborn. We do not.
I don't feel bad like not playing Warden. This is so freakishly strong. Well, I'm not gonna do it for drama. I'm gonna play my parody video again though. I'm definitely gonna do that. Dune parody. Oh, big twisters. 1.1 meter twisters. .1 meter fire twisters. Good sir, this build looks sick. What size? Well, I got the hurricane around me. I'm the hurricane and I spawn F5 tornadoes constantly. Did you prepare a few tower setups? No, I'm not doing that. The MTX doesn't work with a Herald? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, between that fact and there's no reason to believe it's necessarily going to be a thing, so... Prepping your towers for the double dipping precursors or whatever. You guys know I'm an ethical gamer. That would have been such a great time for Omen of Light to drop right when I said that. Oh well. Oh well. That clip farming didn't pay off.
You have no chance.
I would ask for a second mirror to drop in a map, but I haven't dropped my first one yet, so can't do it. Imagine I dropped 2 mirrors in one map in PoE 2 this season. Y'all would just lose your minds.
An easy trophy.
Ripple mirror. You know, I do kind of want to do Alva. I kind of want to, like, somehow rush to the Alva strat, if it's viable still. I really enjoyed that strat. That strat really grew on me, because going into it, I'm like, I freaking hate Alva. I hate this. But I really liked it in the end. I might actually make a build around the Shrine Tech. I might do it. Oh, that would have been too good to be true. Imagine dropping a headhunter on this farm. Your mirrors per hour will suffer if you're not using the cat char. Now I think they say I need to drop the mirror first so I can afford the cat charm. I paid $250 for it. It is by far the most expensive item I've purchased. It's like 3 or 4 times as more than the most expensive item I've purchased. Mainly because I craft everything. Shrine Tech, you know, the helmet, Gull Helm and Blunder Boar or whatever it is. I don't think Blunder Boar's needed though. Can't wait to get back home, keep working on Twister Deadeye. Yeah, buddy. Alright, I'm definitely forgetting like several maps here.
Barely broke a sweat.
Down we go again.
Darkness awaits.
How are you creating Chill Ground? I have a pet that with Trail of Ice, and then I also cast Ice Nova with Cold Infusions sometimes. But the map's ground effects kind of override. Viper cap. I saw T1 crit fracture on Warbringer bow is like 8 divines. If it's like 4.8 plus.
Barely broke a sweat.
How many weeks has it been since season? Launch we asked that earlier. I guess somebody said it was just over 4 weeks. 4.5 weeks.
Go on.
Every unidentified map is ignited ground. What the hell? So when you open an unidentified map, you get all 6 portals. Did you guys know that? Obviously the mods are baked in here. It must have some value. That's pretty crazy though. I didn't even know that. Help, my PC is burning!
Too slow.
This is what it would look like to run Avatar of Fire Titan Twister. Avatar of Fire Ignite Titan Twisters. Imagine. Somebody out there is like, let me open the POB for that. Speaking of Avatar of Fire, y'all see the new trailer? They basically gave the movie away. I don't know why they insist on putting the entire plot in the movie trailer, but so dumb. Ah, yes. Indeed. I mean, it's nice in the moment. I'm getting a lot of great feels, and, you know, it's almost like I'm watching the movie for 2 minutes because I spoiled it. I did not see the Terminator Genesis trailer when it came out. I'm actually not a huge Terminator fan, so I don't think it would have mattered that much to me either way. As opposed to like Blade Runner 49, I think it was. That one is an example of a good movie trailer. I remember it didn't really spill anything in that movie. What do you think about the new Tron movie trailer? Get you hyped for that.
Barely broke a sweat.
Boring. Oh, that looks sick. What is that? It looked like an actual tornado. I've never seen that before. That was so cool. I wanted to run Bounty 2 to help with Rite of Passage. Whirling Slash, I guess? Maybe Call of the Week, probably Whirling Slash instead of Innervate. I guess, like, join stream, you're doing tower maps, not finished till I click the beacon? Yeah, and I keep running, like, Abyssal Depths and... or not the depths, depending if it spawns or not, but I can keep running this zone over and over again. Like, as fast as possible. Doesn't matter the, modifiers on the map down here anyway, it's just this one mod every time. It's gonna be really disappointing if I don't get a single 4-div item out of these in 100 maps. That's actually really unlucky. Or in what would be, I guess, like 30 underground areas or something.
Too weak, too slow.
For 2 div? Well, I've been playing for 2 hours and I haven't found a single divine. But I did find a chance orb and a nullman orb and a greater chaos, and I should have found a divine by now.
Yes, this is all as expected. Time is of the essence.
But never lucky. Different showing Japanese movies. Oh, dude, the way they do movies here is absolutely awful. If a movie... Funny thing is, you'll find a lot of movies, US-based movies, come out in Japan. They'll come out, like, Japan will be the last place on Earth that comes out. They'll come out in, like, you know, most countries on the same week. And they'll come out, like... There'll be like a list of a dozen countries that'll come out the following week, and then like 6 more countries that'll come out 2 weeks later, maybe like one or 2 countries 3 weeks later, and then it'll be Japan 6 months later. I'm not even kidding. It's so bad. I know for a fact that's what's happening with Wicked 2. It's gonna come out like 6 months later or something. 4 or 5 months later or something like that. You can look it up. You can go online right now and search Wicked 2 release, global cinematic release by country or something. IMDb.com or whatever, and it'll say like Japan like 4 months after everybody else. You get Demon Slayer first? Well, yeah, obviously. The reason is because they take... I'm surprised Wicked 2 is not coming out at the normal time, because if a movie is big enough, like if it's Star Wars, for example, you know, back when Star Wars was actually popular. But what is that? I've never even seen this before. If it was Star Wars, they would, they'd have all the systems in place and they would get it dubbed in advance. It's because they need time, extra time to get a movie dubbed after it's done. So I guess it depends on the producers of the movie if they can have the movie, you know, audio done well in advance so that Japanese can dub it. Because they like watching, you know, dubbed movies, I guess. Definitely more popular than subtitled. No, actually, I don't know that for sure. I think so. The number of dubbed showings is usually higher. Depends on the movie. Something like Star Wars, it would be. Yeah, Nolan Orbs dropped a lot. Yeah, okay, so also, if... Hold on, let me see what this is. Hina Core Site.
Great power.
No idea. Nothing.
Yes, this is all we have. I will make
Gotta be pretty rare, because... Never see it. Wow. Okay, so as I was saying, if the movie is super popular like Star Wars, it'll usually come out really quick because they'll have all the systems in place to get the dubbing done, and it'll come out like 1 or 2 weeks after it does in the US, for example. In Japan. If the movie is not popular at all and it's like barely registers enough for them to even put it in cinemas, they won't even dub it, and so it'll also come out like 1 or 2 weeks after the US. However, if the movie falls in between these two thresholds, like most movies do, you know, it's too low on the priority list to care about getting it out in a timely manner, but they care enough to get it dubbed, and so they just slow walk it. And it takes them ages to release the movie in cinema. I would say maybe half of movies like this actually come out on Blu-ray and digital release before they even begin showing in Japan. That's how stupid it is. I think Top Gun Maverick was one that came out like, you know, months after the fact, and the only reason it didn't come out on Blu-ray before, yeah, I remember that because I was like, I was gonna rip that movie off if I had to, because I hated the fact that it couldn't see it because I lived in Japan. I couldn't see Top Gun Maverick. I really wanted to see that movie in cinema when it came out. And I was looking at the Blu-ray release date, and they kept saying, they kept stalling on it because it was like outrageously outperforming what their projected numbers were. I remember this, and I was like, well, dang it, I can't watch it because it's going to take forever to release in Japan. I can't watch it because it's never getting a Blu-ray digital release. Like, huh, I can't see it anywhere. And I ended up, finally, it came out in cinema here, and I watched it 3 times in cinema. 3 times? Maybe twice. No, twice. Once in IMAX. First in regular, once in IMAX. That was easily my favorite movie of the last 10 years. Easily. Movies cheap over there? I wouldn't say they're cheap. It's okay. Depends on where you go. If you're in the countryside, they're a lot cheaper in the countryside than the city. I remember paying $5 to see a movie in my hometown. I used to work at a restaurant. I was a server at a restaurant. And Yeah, I worked near a mall, which had a cinema. And as a server, I worked a lunch shift and then a dinner shift, and sometimes I had a long break. During the break, I'd often check to see what movies were playing at the cinema, and I would just go there on my break. It'd be like $5. Might get a snack, maybe not. Would take the $5 from my tip money I made so far, you know. In some cases, I got so ensconced in that culture of doing that, you know, just going by yourself to a matinee on like a random Tuesday or something, between shifts, that I would actually like watch. I would watch like, okay, so let's say on Tuesday I got like a 2-hour window, but it doesn't line up with the showing of the movie. So I'm like, okay, I guess, you know, I got nothing better to do. I'll go watch the first half of this movie. It's not even a movie I really want to see, but it's just like out of the movies that I haven't seen yet, because I was going like 2 or 3 times a week at that point. I would go watch like the first half of a movie, and then I'd have to go back to work. I would have to leave the cinema early to go back to work. And then like 3 days later, I would have another huge break, and it would sometimes line up in such a way I'd go back to watch the movie and finish the movie. Like 3 days later in the cinema. I would go back in and I would watch, you know, maybe like 30 minutes of it over again, and then I would get to see the end of the movie. Yeah, that was fun. Those were strange times. He1 hybrid, T2 cold, is that worth continuing? Yeah, you hit that with a homogenized regal and hope that you hit another like flat or percent. Hybrid is not the best one to hit. You want to hit that one last, preferably. But it can be good, you know, if you keep slamming homogenized slams. As long as you only have pure defensive prefixes and pure resist suffixes, you can just homogenize that thing all the way to victory, potentially.
Speak. Isaraf's gold is useless to me. Take it. Time is of the essence.
Would you change if you played this on Ritualist? The Ascendancy. I would use different Ascendancy points.
Speak. This is all we have expected. Indeed.
I guess that's about it, though. What buffs are most important in weapon set 1? Well, I mean, you presumably have the spirit for it or you don't. The 150 spirit to run what I'm doing here on weapon set 1. Charge regulation. And the, I mean, it depends on what you're doing with your setup, but probably Wind Dancer, charge regulation, and the minion. Although you need Ghost Dance if you're doing Energy Shield version. No, that was 59. Yeah, I remember 59 was a magic number, so 159 spirit for previous versions. If Ghost Dance was in play, it was that, yeah. What do you think about Trinity via T1 Spirit Armor and Corrupt? T1. There's no point in going Trinity without coming Calamity. Much less of a point. They wouldn't bother.
Nowhere to run.
I'm currently contemplating going Trinity with coming Calamity. Oh my god, finally. Hey, a Divine! I almost died trying to grab it. That's funny. Hey, first Divine! Map 81? What?
Too weak, too slow.
So yeah, coming Calamity, Trinity with Against the Darkness. So I'd have to lose an AoE breakpoint. I don't know how that's going to play out, but I'm looking at it. Also, it takes a lot to figure out Trinity on the main hand, too. I think I'm going to have to go triple high elemental flat on the main hand. But even that is still going to be tricky. So Combat Frenzy is 2, yeah. Rite of Passage. Well, apparently, no. Apparently, what is it? Boar? The one that gives max life is the best value, for sure. But I'm using the expensive one. Cat. Hit T1 Spirit. Do it. Do it! No. No!
This is all we have.
Wait, I can yell. I can YOLO it.
Go on.
Percent
I
life.
will make use of this.
Oh, it's bear. Okay, thank you. Bear. He's 7.
In my sights. Quick and lethal.
Has anybody made a video about the bear charm and like scaling it up like crazy? I mean, I'm guessing, isn't that best in slot for blood mages? Can you switch up trail? You shouldn't do that now. Especially when it comes to like trying to make Trinity work and following what I'm doing. Could have been dangerous. Sir? How's your game not lagging? I mean, this isn't juiced maps, so...
Easy trophy.
No, it's a charm, gold charm. See it. I don't know if I have the currency without pulling anything out of this. Nope.
Have an order? What's new? What's new? Oh, it's you. You definitely want that one. Good.
Alright. Let's see it. Those charm effect nodes. This? Well, they were increased effect of charms. Bit of a difference. What are the ways you keep charms? Oh, charges? Killing monsters? Oh my god, I'm about to die. Jesus Christ. Some of the effects didn't render there in the beginning of that map.
An easy trophy.
I didn't return my water to the well. Do I need level 21? No, no, no. You don't need high level. No, you can do lower level on that if you want.
Darkness awaits.
Give up crit nodes? Dan Tien. I can play character. Yeah, you can play Amazon with this character. Yep. Yep. Well, for this strat, definitely would rather use Cat. Where did the map go? What? So it didn't actually give me that much life because I'm already using a bunch of percent life. It only gave me 500 life, 500 max life. I suppose if I changed out my percent life points in the body armor for flat life, that would be that would result in more life in the case of the charm. I think I'm gonna lean against using it. I might recommend it in the guide, mainly because it's just like, you know, 4 times cheaper, on top of also being a great alternative, and to help prevent me from too many people complaining about the build being squishy. There's a rite of passage that gives % extra cold with Sacred Flame a bunch. Of flat lighting. I mean, if it came to that, I would just get Ice Bite into the build. If I wanted that extra cold. You can just, like, if you really want to, you can manipulate your flat lightning or flat elemental damage rolls. I'm gonna have to end up doing that to figure out Trinity as it is.
Too weak, too slow.
I didn't see the Abyss on that map. I missed the Abyss. Didn't realize it. I've definitely turned my brain off at this point.
Too slow.
We're gonna hit that 100 number real quick. Man, I'd be scared to run Trial of Sycamus with this variant. Ancient Jawbone. There it is. Alright. An actual big drop. Hey. I knew I was doing this for a reason.
What's new?
What's this little guy worth? 4.3 divines. All right. I was about to be real disappointed. Go 100 maps without a single one of those. Most of my drops are coming from inside a box too, where I think like the, you know, the multipliers maybe don't matter as much. I don't know if they do or not.
An easy trophy.
Are we getting enough spirit to run Herald's weapon sets? Well, Heralds are free on coming Calamity. I'm gonna go in here and get another big drop. Omen of Light this time. One map later. Sounds like a great gamble then. Yeah, charge regulation is on both weapon sets. Minions on one only. Siphon elements as of now is on one only. Wait, that's not the real end. Cast on crit is, and Trinity on 2 only. Combat Frenzy's on 2 only.
We do not suffer and live.
Well, I did get a drop, but not a big one. Would it be better to do these maps with deli on them for the splinters? Yeah, arguably. Although, I mean, I don't pick up single splinters, so I guess I would get some splinters from. I would want to spec double splinters off of Delirium bosses, so I get like 10 at once or something.
An easy trophy.
Yes?
I think I have to use an Alcorb finally. Another depth? Well, actually, I haven't gotten any big drops in the depths. Ironically, both the Divine and the Ancient Jawbone came from the top. Yeah, you can do this build on. You can do this build on any ascendancy. It's pretty crazy how much I get asked these questions. This build is not ascendancy dependent. You just take the natural strengths of your ascendancy and apply them to the build.
You defile us once more.
Not yet.
Poor towers getting abused. Well, I'd like to drop an Omen of Light. At least one Omen of Light before the end.
Barely broke a sweat.
That's only fair, right, guys? I think it's totally fair for me to drop an Omen of Light. Time lost jewels, 25% increase. Notable? Yeah, I noticed that. I think the price is actually being determined by my build. Because it still definitely makes sense to do it. Is any other build crafting more expensive time lost jewels than mine? I don't know. Maybe there is.
Quick and lethal.
Where am I getting nearly 900 ES from? Oh, that's purely Headhunter. Headhunter is like a discipline aura or whatever. Energy shield aura. Allies have energy shield. And then I may steal energy shield as a buff as well. Almost cheaper to divine it to 25% yourself. Oh, how much is it? Last I checked, it was like 5 dude. A ruby. Yeah, okay, the price is where it was last I knew then.
Barely broke a sweat.
Well, times change. We're getting into the inflationary cycle of the league now. On hardcore? Oh god. Just seem to drop that thing a lot. Oh, energy shield aura. I didn't think about energy shield aura as a complementary aura there. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Maybe I'll go farm a beast for haste aura. It can't have more than one aura on, right? Can the beast have more than one aura? That'd be crazy, man. Can you get haste aura, energy shield aura, and trail of ice? Holy. Still running coming Calamity? Yup. Sure am. It's doubtful I'll be taking that off before the end. Up to 4 auras. Damn. I wonder if there's anybody out there who's got like 3 S tier mods on their the guy. The free herald seems too nice. I know. It's particularly nice with the whirling slash actually doing damage. Heralds, honestly, heralds aren't that practically useful for the twister side, but for the whirling slash side, it's very useful.
Hate defines us all.
Quick and lethal.
Heaven. Some of that deep deli. High flats with the leaks are going to be money? There already is. Before I even made the rings, they were. Yeah, the rings are the only thing I don't really have a solid grip on crafting.
Yes. All right. Your order is registered. What's new? Yes? Someone is bound to buy that.
Alt on shield and weapon slot 1 for more survivability? Absolutely not. No. Like that's a red line. You're not dropping Dance with Death unless you're going the double accuracy shield with like 50k plus accuracy. I know that sound. Oh, is this one of those tinks that drop like 5 screens away and Twister killed it like way out in no man's land? Let's find out. No, not backwards. Let's see how far away that was. Okay, it was actually not that far, to be fair. Second Divine Orb. I've seen them drop so far away. It's like if I don't have my sound up really high, I will literally not... I will just miss the loot. The big advantage of Twister. You drop loot from who knows how many screens away. Can you make this work on Gemling? Any Ascendancy can do this build. The only tricky part about that is getting frenzy charges on bosses, because the Deadeye is uniquely good at that. But other than that, it's anything. Do getting frenzy charges on bosses even matter? I mean, you can kill bosses without frenzy charges anyway. You still have barrage. I don't think I'd barely even notice the difference. If I have frenzy charges or not. Now I would for clear, like out in these crazy thick maps, it does matter, but I think, you know, against a boss, it kind of transcended the DPS maybe. Glyph Hope Time Lost Sapphire has sold for 125 divines. What are you guys doing? Who is buying these? 125 divines? Now I got none on the market. I'm gonna have to craft some more. God. Gosh. Swiper. It's probably... Wait. I heard they got rid of price fixing. What's the deal with that? Can you not resell? Did they do the last CPOC treatment where you become soulbound when you buy it? Soulbound for a day or something? Sure isn't me. What was on it? No, it was large or medium. It was a jewel for my build. Large or medium with AoE, skill effect duration, and fractured 25% increased effective notables. So perfectly divine version of it. Ancient Jawbone. Hello. We're making moves here in the back end of this farm, guys. I was starting to feel a little down earlier, but we're making moves now. I'm gonna get another. All right, I'm gonna get another. No, I'm gonna get that Omen of Light finally down here. I might actually get Omen of Light down here on this map. Crazy. Wait, there's only one chest? What? Yeah, you can't do what I'm doing in this farm unless you have the cat charm. Sorry guys, you're all disqualified. But if you had sold 2 time lost jewels like I did for the prices that I did, you could basically afford a cat charm actually. Maybe I'll buy another one and corrupt it. Quality. No. Now the funny thing is I did brick one this morning. One of the time lost jewels. I bricked one. I corrupted one and bricked. So, you know, 120 divines down the drain. Imagine if I, like, I guess it doesn't even matter. Corrupted blood immunity? Like, I kind of want to hit chaos res. Oh my god, if I could hit chaos res on one, that'd be so sick. Running Bluff over and over and over again without touching the tower. That's right. I'm edging. I'm endlessly edging this map. Endless edging. You guys don't ever do that? You don't edge your maps?
An easy trophy. Need more time.
I wonder how profitable it is to farm eye level 82 bases. But that's pretty good. Wait, if you're doing like abyss farming and you're just running T15 maps, what item level stuff? Off a rare? Off a rare mob, it's like eye level 80, and off of, or is it 81? I know uniques is 82, right? How do you make your currency? Well, I made like 240 divines while doing this farm today, so that's how I made it. Crafting. That's how I make my currency. What I didn't tell you guys about this farm is I'm not actually farming currency, I'm farming gold so I can craft more to make currency. That's what I'm actually farming. I'm actually farming gold.
Yes, these are our supplies.
Wait. Tyrannical? Hold the phone. Oh, well. So that Tyrannical is just as valuable as T1 crit. Huh. But dude, the number, why is the number lower? Tyrannical's lower on a bow than it is on a... Huh? That's so weird. Wait, what? Why does this say, why does this say it has overrun by Abyss? That can't be right.
Quicken
Gemini crossbow. I keep forgetting to check the rate of Twister players. Is Twister finally getting a little more popular now, guys? The attack speed on weapon doesn't matter at all. No, I think it's a good mod. It's just for the value it brings, it's way too hard to hit. I do ultimately want to get attack speed on the second weapon though, because it makes the Twister cast a little smoother. What percentage of players are playing Twister now? I'm honestly trying to love it. Coming from LA Deadeye, feeling clunky right now. Alright, listen. Do you know how to drive a stick shift? I would call on your experience of learning to drive a stick shift as a golden analogy for this. Alright, well, you remember getting into the car and being like, after like 10 minutes, you were like, fuck this, I'm out. And then after 5 hours, you were like, I can't believe I ever drove an automatic in the first place. This is so ridiculously more fulfilling to do it this way. Okay? Because that's what's going to happen. Still around 2%? What in the world? Wait, you have the reservation space for Herald of Ice? I mean, I would still say Call of the Week in that case. Unless you really want to see those Herald pops. And you don't ever want to use Call of the Week. I still use it, by the way. Is there any way to make a lesser build function better? What? You don't like Twisters? Listen, why settle for one when you can have both? You see what my Whirling Slash is doing right here? Do you see this Whirling Slash? Okay, do I even need Twisters? No, I don't, actually. but I do it anyway because it's too freaking cool. So you can just follow my build and pick and choose whichever one you want. I mean, some of that power might have been represented in a, an S tier weapon and headhunter buffs and stuff, but aside from that, actually not an S tier weapon. What do I say? No, an A tier weapon. Okay, well, actually the weapon's not that great. I think that's actually the next thing I might craft is a super good weapon. The problem is I have to corrupt them for a third socket. Yeah, so I want to craft a really good weapon and then brick it immediately after. Ugh. But I mean, just did that with the gloves, so I guess why not? I was willing to spend like damn near 100 divines on the gloves. Mach 10 twisters! Brrr. Oh, they caught on flame. Hey, it's like from the Twister movie when the twisters suddenly catch on fire. Just did that. Oh, now the fire's out. .3. I have double the attack speed as you. You gotta get faster. Gotta get you faster. You might be missing a support gem or something. That's actually really low. I never had a number that low. I never had less than like 8 attacks per second. So I don't think there's really any... I mean, maybe my 1 div budget version was like 7 or something? Can't remember. I know I looked over it in there. Whoa! Damn, dude. Oh my god, that's... Holy... What? What? Does anybody want attack speed there, though? Imagine if that was crit. That'd be worth so much. Oh my god. What's this called again? Yo, that's gotta be something. Can I... Warmonger. You div? Maybe 1 div. I don't know. Definitely worth something.
These are gold is you.
Nowhere to run. Quick and lethal.
How do you frenzy on bosses and Amazon? That is the question. You can hard cast Sniper's Mark. Some people express the workaround of No, why did I do that? Oh my god. I'm like map 99. I'm like map 99. I got 2 more maps to do. What are you doing? And do random tower maps. Alpine Ridge. I did it twice, but whatever. Put all this away. This doesn't count here. Anything I drop here does not count. Yeah, I failed to exit. I accidentally went over the edge on that one. It was too much. I couldn't hold back. Okay. Stop blowing my karma. Not like this.
Easy prey.
Where's that other guy at? What? How'd I miss that?
Easy trophy.
How many mobs have I killed in this character? 1.9 million. Why? How am I not done with this map? Just have to kill the boss. What is happening? Oh my god. This is the worst time to deal with this. Why you run Bluff. You never deal with anything like this. No backtracking, nothing. In Act 1, I kite this guy up to the top.
You have been sentenced to death.
Yeah, apparently I failed to do any damage. Better. Stop dropping loot.
An easy trophy. You there, local, hungry.
Died for it. The power. So much power. Doriani got nothing on me. Action, I had this tornado electric twister build with Doriani Merc in PoE1. Did I hear a Tink drop? It sounded like I did. No. Okay, first I'll put it in because I'm going to make it, you know, cursed or whatever. That color. Alright, last two maps. Alpine Ridge. Oh, this is like the worst one. This is like the worst map. Worst tower map. I hate this one. I don't even know the layout of this one very well. Oh well, it's just two maps.
Barely broke a sweat.
How do you acquire more attack speed after the 1 div budget setup? Oh, it makes me wonder how much attack speed the initial late in-game build version has. Probably a decent number. Uranium. Where is he? Is this the end of the map? Yeah. All right. One more. Oh. Sorry, this... Okay. Now we're good. Map number 100, last map magic. Let's see if I can pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Too weak, too slow. Prepare yourself.
Visible mob. Did I do the abyss on this map? Remember. Oh, there it is. Alright, we're done. That's my hideout. Attack speed per second with literally no buffs at all. Guess I have to tap it. Wait, no I don't. 10.1 attacks per second.
How can I help? What's new? Yes?
What do I even do with that? Will my next craft be... Spear, yeah. Gotta be this spear. Watching a guide, I'm curious to use physical or elemental spear. Well, that's an aptly timed question. I'm moving more into Trinity, so I'm moving into elemental. I may ultimately go pure elemental flying spear. I need to see what the damage looks like with, like, Trinity fully up. And especially with elemental conflux. Well, at least this is pretty low maintenance. Yeah. Actually, this is never worth anything, I don't think.
Hello there. What's new?
No way that's good, right? It's just
Is
4.
that a good price for that? Can I help?
Main source of frenzy charges is combat frenzy. Freeze.
Hail.
Alright, about 2 minutes per map. Hmm. Hundred, two. What do I count this stuff as? Yeah, tricky. Viper cap. Wait, Viper cap's not worth anything? Wait, really? I would have thought these were worth something. I mean, constricting command is at least a third of a divine. And it's 4 divines if it's rolled perfectly. And the mod that matters. Okay, well, that's weird. Hmm. I mean, is it that hard to chance? Like, is it a really rare chance combined with not that valuable? I didn't think the chance was the chance orbiting was that bad on it. The ratio. Okay, well.
Yes?
Add martyr crown to the list here, I guess, of things to chance. Maybe.
Hello there. Oh,
Yeah, anyway, I sold Martyr Crown Veil of the Night for 53 div earlier with the perfect light or life corruption, so they're worth 2 div. Uncorrupted should be chancing them maybe. I'll have to look into it more. Yeah. Look out, this is worth 2 div total. I mean, this one by itself looks like it's worth 2 div. Hard to say whether the market's really good on them or not, and I'm, kind of crapped on the jackets anyway. A couple tyrannical warmongers and yeah. 3.1 live? Nope. Alright guys, here we go. Not too much value in the dump tab in terms of like what's it taking up space. Makes it easy for the conclusion, obviously. So we got some desecrated stuff, of course. The biggest target farm, if any, was something like this: Ancient Jawbones, Omen of Light. Got a couple of these big ones, worth over 4 div apiece. Got a couple Divine Orbs. Not much else in the way of currency there. 4 heavy belts, these are worth 30x apiece. And a bunch of craftable, you know, I went ahead and slammed, you know, a few of these in here. They're very cheap, but at least with the loot filter I was using, there's no way I should ignore them. So it's one of the nice things about just randomly running maps is you're going to see some bases, some random normal sleek jackets and normal warmonger bows. A really nice one here, doubles, and it looked like this is worth maybe 2 divines as it is. A couple others worth, you know, less than a divine, but more than nothing. And so I'm going to value all of this here. Yeah, I didn't even check the rings. I didn't check the helmet. But I am aware of the market on the jackets and the bows a little bit. So we're going to count this as 2 divines. I'm actually going to craft on the jackets myself, because I know that craft really well. So 2 divines extra value here. And yeah, if you're not already picking up and slamming certain bases with these, you really should be, because, you know, you can either sell them, like if you're too afraid to craft on them, you can sell them yourself in this state right here, or continue working on them and make a ton of currency crafting. So let me add up all this stuff. I'll liquidate these things and we'll see how much we made. Maps took about 2 minutes on average, so one of the fastest 100 maps farming sessions of all time. But did it make good currency? I don't know. Gold rings are expensive. Yeah, I didn't hit any really good ones here. I did sell a double tier 1 rarity gold ring earlier this league, like way earlier this league, for like 4 divines. There wasn't even a magic one. Double tier 1 magic gold ring. It was so early, like I didn't even realize those kind of things were worth anything. It was like in week 1 or something. Okay. Let's get to it.
What's new? What's new? I'll
Fair.
test it right away. I'll fill that in as soon as I can. All right, your order is registered. I'll post it right away. Can I help?
How to get charmer charges with armor break? No, that was whirling slash. You can make whirling slash do armor break and get endurance charges, and you can use resonance keystone to get frenzy charges that way. But you have to do a decent amount of physical damage to actually pull that off. You kind of need like a physical spear. I would have seriously contemplated going that route, except Deadeye doesn't need to really. And then, like if I was running, let's say, Ritualist, Amazon, Monk, maybe I might consider going that route. And also not Trinity, because like with Trinity, you, well, if you do Trinity only spear, only Twister side, you could. But I'm gonna try to do full-blown Trinity on both sides, so because I want Trinity to work for the Heralds too, which need to have a weapon set 1 activation and 2 for it to work across the Heralds there.
Can I help? Sold it.
Well, Heart of the Well Diamonds sold for 14 divines.
Have an order? Yes? Have an order? I'll post it right away. Let's see if there are any takers. All right, your order is registered.
300. Wonder why Chaos are going up. Oh. Let's see.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
You tested as a mirror tablet with map boss rarity with, you know, nope. Rite of passage after 30-ish maps. I've not tested that. I think people are interested in testing that after the new release with a patch. Azamir tablet. The magic one, or is it the unique boss one?
All right, your order is registered.
You have to like granny walk that whole thing.
I'll post it right away.
Divines. Setting up the math now. Thanks for answering the questions, guys, when I'm kind of focused on other things. It allows me to actually not lose my mind trying to answer every single question 100 times a day and focus on testing. 0.7 divine, 0.17 divines per tower. Am I unable to understand the criteria for tri-elemental to pick up infusion? Criteria for it's all random. See anything like that other than cold infusion on me? Do have all three present and cold being the lowest damage contributor? I don't quite understand what you mean. Like I don't really understand your angle on your question. I've siphon element. I've put this on weapon set 1 or 2 depending on the setup I'm doing. 2 is more reliable with Twister, Freeze, Shock, and Ignite. Ice Nova soaks up the cold infusions, Flame Wall soaks up the lightning infusion, and then fire infusions don't matter. Say you have all 3 present, what's the problem? As long as you have cast on crit on weapon set 2, and Siphon Elements is working on either weapon set, and you can see the buffs coming up on the top, then you know it's working.
What's new?
Dang, I'm balling out here, guys. 14, 125, 112, 6, 6, 20, 53. 60, 50, 10, 3, 8, 24, 55, 42, 1, 3, 5, 16, 38. If y'all thought the league was dead, you'd be wrong. Alright, now then, let's talk numbers. So, broke everything down. Looks like I have 15 divines and 1 chaos. Plus, these things that I didn't actually liquidate these. Kind of forgot, to be honest. And then we add 2 additional divines. That's why the gross number over here says 17 divines. Real simple math today. 0 investment, 17 divines gross. Net 17 divines. Divines per hour, 0.17. I ran 100 towers. And divines per hour is, I guess, the most interesting number here because you're definitely going for a speed over amount per, layup. And on account of these being 2-minute maps, that equals 5.1 divines per hour. Pretty simple math. Now, that's about where I thought I'd get, actually. Yeah, I think that's basically where I thought I'd get. There's nothing really to normalize here. You could say, oh, you got lucky because you got 2 ancient currencies instead of 1. I don't know. Didn't get an Omen of Light, though. Figured I'd get that. 5 Abyssal reroll Omens. So there's that, too. And, I obviously didn't score any outrageously crazy good jackpot drop that would have been a major outlier. So I think, yeah, this holds up pretty true. Pretty true. I think next I will craft on 3 of these sleek body armors. We'll see if we maybe make some action in the gambling section of the video. Yeah, I don't really know about the other crafts, so I'm just going to do the body armors. I'm good at them. So let's give it a whirl, shall we? A lot of homogenizations going on here. So we're going to need some more of these. This isn't really gambling. This is actually just kind of intelligent
Let's see if there are
to
any
do.
takers.
All 3 of these will get slammed. Should likely have pretty good results. Look at that. Tier 1 hybrid. Tier 1 hybrid. Tier 3 res. Okay. Yeah, so all 3 of these are best off to use. They all passed the test anyway. Unfortunate that none of these ended up with flat and percent, because the hybrid mod is easier to hit on the slam than otherwise. Anyway, it will still be worth using a little extra currency here. I need to... That's a little much.
I'll post it right away.
Faster! Faster! Thank you.
Have an order?
How to craft the gloves like you, sir. Video coming out soon. You can watch it right now if you want to check the stream. Fairly early on in the stream, yesterday's stream, has the glove craft. I'm going to be cutting that down tomorrow morning and posting it to YouTube. What was I doing? Oh yeah, perfect exalt. Okay, we're gonna need 3 of these.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Do I know when the packs will come out? Nope. I don't think anybody does. Actually, I want to guarantee this is in prefix, but it's not worth spending an extra exalt anyway. I kind of want perfect exalts on both ends of this, so basically do the double homogenized perfect exalt slam, and these 2 will likely hit these two have a decent chance of hitting a high flat on here. And they also have a decent chance of hitting... actually, this one might have a problem hitting... Oh, this is going to hit faster recharge rate, I just realized. Oh, that's kind of awkward. Huh. The middle one, yeah, the middle one's gonna hit faster recharge because the only less, because these are all defensive mods. I need to get a resistance over here. I haven't actually done this crap before with the deflection mod first. Give me a second. Actually, I don't need to do that. YOLO slam. Okay, what I need to do is I need to actually desecrate. I have to suffix desecrate this. No, you can't do that for body armor. I need to plug in a resistance mod in here one way or another to allow it to come over. The new tag. Yeah, I'm desecrating res in there. Even if it's low, it's fine. Hopefully it's here too. That'd be great. But we'll see. They're taking the hybrid. Maybe I should have. Not intending to invest so much as to do an Omen of Light on one of these, but I mean, if I end up with, like, if I end up with Perfect Slam, I would, actually, so. Yeah, let's see what we get. Boom. Kind of low tier on the life. Faster recharge. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Okay, I know what to do with that. It's fine. Here we go. And I hit tier 4 flat. But I did hit tier 2 lightning res. Which is kind of awkward. Hopefully I get a little better on this one. Double res, tier 3. Huh. Okay, this is hybrid already. Alright. Yeah, that's... I'll give this one shot, I guess. This, I'll probably just leave this to sit. This one, there's something specific I can do to this one. Prefix side, wow. Okay. Alright, let's see what I get. Depends on how much I invest in the last bit. Maybe I hit tier 1. Oh. It's definitely not tier 1. Oh god. Are you serious? That's so bad. Didn't even hit. I hit like this really high tier life, really high tier hybrid life, and low spirit. I mean, if it had been high spirit, maybe. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Hey Snoopy, I love your build so far. I got issues getting one tap quite often. I bet your gear is below par for this variant. You should not be running the variant I'm running currently unless you have phenomenal gear, like 3000 HP or very close to it. More than 0 evasion, of course. A headhunter, bare minimum. And you don't necessarily need like hundreds of divines worth of gear otherwise, but you would need, you know, really out. I mean, you need 6 modded rares, like high tier 6 modded rares that fill out all the missing pieces, like, you know, the res and everything. Otherwise, you're shooting yourself too much in the loss of both evasion and energy shield by going 2 unique pieces on some of the most defensive slots in the game. The time lost, Sapphire and Ruby. Well, that's not going to affect you in a huge way, except your twister uptime might be low. So do you always have twisters out? Or, like, what's your skill effect duration? Are there 5-second twisters? Okay, anyway, I'm just going to spend on that. And, of course, I'd ignite. Alright, this ended up being trash, basically. Yeah. That's actually so bad I'm going to chaos it. This one... Yeah, this... Okay, this one I spend a higher amount on. What about this one? This one's not worth spending a thing on here. This... Yeah, this is... I don't think I tear this one apart, but I probably settle, like massively settle on this. It's probably not. Okay, lucky to sell this for maybe 2 div. This one I'm gonna break apart. How did I even hit here? What? Lost 2-1 hybrid. I'm seeing nothing happen sometimes. What? What are 2 visuals, maybe? Got rid of the desecrated mod. I'm still in no man's land with chaos orbs on this save. As long as I have the tier 1 flat and 2 res, I'm gonna at least chaos it. I got the high tier res. And I hit 56 spirit, really? Alright, well this is dead now. Okay.
Oh, it's you. Let's see if there are any takers.
How'd I craft my ruby and sapphire? Started by fracturing, 25% notables, and then chaos spammed with 2 or 3 mods until I hit 2 of the 3 mods, and then you gotta like desecrate the last one. And either you 1 to 3 annul when you miss, or you omen of light, depending on, kind of depends on which mod's missing. I go in, I look at, see the ratios, but there is no... The only one that's easy to hit is if you're missing medium and large, and that one you definitely omen of light if you're missing a medium or large. But that one's the rarest outcome too, so... The last one I crafted, I ended up Omen of Lighting like 4 times to hit medium or large. They're on average like 50 to 100 div to make, maybe less. Maybe less if I'm starting to feel like I'm making them for about 40 to. I feel like I'm making them for about 40 to 80 now, probably. I'm like refining my approach a little bit on it, but I can't do a whole lot better than that, really. Consistently in any way. It is not a consistent craft. It's super RNG-ish. I don't really think you need to pay more than 100 for it, though, unless you are like scared of crafting it, you got the currency, or you just hate crafting, or yeah, something like that. All right, what do we got? That is freaking awful. Flat is not even there. Okay, that's better. That's tier 2. Hey, that's good. Good. All right, this is actually a decent one. Halfway decent. Okay, well, at least we got one decent one. Might val that one, actually. I shouldn't val it. Or, I mean, divine it. I definitely make currency. Sitting on it now. I didn't pay anywhere near 9 divines on all that crafting. Or maybe I did. Actually, no. I probably did. I'll probably pay around that. I don't know. At least make my money back. Although, looks like it's worth it. Worth the risk. Okay. Yeah, so the results of the gambling session was 1 got torn apart and it's dead. 1 is about 1 or 2 divines. It just didn't work out, but it's not worth ripping it apart with chaos orbs. And the other one came out halfway decent. Halfway decent. Nothing super special. A little bit below average results, I would say. This is worth about 8 to 10 divines. Maybe 1 or 2 divines, 0. And I probably invested up to 10 divines in the whole process. So the thing is, though, this one here is worth a little extra. About triple? What was it? Triple? So that's what it's worth as is. But if I give it a 3rd socket, it is worth about triple. In the event that the body armor is worth triple, if you get 3rd socket, it's most definitely worth valing, because you have a 2 out of 3 chance of it not bricking, at least. And you can even score armor and evasion and energy shield as a corruption, so even higher than the sockets. But it's possible. Had it happen once. So we are going to do the risky val, and this is paid off for me quite a few times. Not always. Let's see. Okay, I got the neutral hit. Damage taken recouped as mana. I don't know if that's better than recouped as life. Probably not. But yeah, I don't think that's really going to weigh in much at anything. Probably loses a little bit of value. But still worth, I guess, 6 to 8 div, I would guess. I've sold a lot of these, so yeah, in the event that I got like this, I'll start it off a little high, because I don't actually know if people value that mod. This I don't think is sell for anything more than that, and that is getting vendored. Okay, gambling session over. I'll just try to sell this. Yeah, I know this one Might be
Is that a good price for
2 or
that?
3, or
I have no
1 to 3
idea.
div. Okay. Let's just clean house here, and yeah, let's talk end game. Final thoughts. All right. Well, I did this mainly for a couple reasons. One is because, you know, I'm waiting for the patch to come out to test some new things. Not like I can't test other things, but it seemed like an opportune time to do this test. Although I will say, if they come out with the patch and if you repeat the same map tower and you still are eligible for extra content, again being, you know, shrines and stuff, this strat will actually be really, really, really strong. And talking if you throw on essences and strong boxes and the abyssal depths encounter, you would make the maps take a little longer, but the amount of value you would get would be so much higher. Because I don't get that much dividends from the, you know, all the atlas that I'm using here. It is not all that good for this strat. Not a very useful atlas at all. It would make a lot more sense if I could add extra content and forego, you know, the juice and the maps and stuff. So be on the lookout for that. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I might even do a repeat on the farm, but I'm probably more likely to do something a little bit more on the high end next time after the patch, as you guys can probably imagine. A lot of us are eager for that. 5 divines per hour. Pretty good considering it's plug and play. That's the one thing that many of you might overlook, is that this, I mean, literally 0 prep work. Unless you seriously want to count, you know, pathing to a tower one time. Aside from that, 0 prep work. I mean, I don't even need to buy the keys for Trial of Sychemis or buy relics or nothing. Like, I can just log in every day for the next 30 days and run that same tower map and won't have to prep a single thing. I self-sustained. I think at one point I needed to use an alch orb one time in 100 maps in order to not run a normal map. That's it. That, you know, you can't beat that in a certain category. In a certain category farming, you can't beat that. 5 divines, 0 work, turn your brain off, and do it. But that's also a nice intel because it's baseline, okay? So least amount of work, 5 div an hour on a character that's over-geared for the content with good rarity. That's your baseline. So take that for what it is, and we'll move on up from there. Of course, I made better currency in Trial of Sychemis. Pretty sure I make better currency just juicing breaches and stuff right now. But yeah, stay tuned for more fun farming sessions, a little bit more exciting than this one. We had some interesting moments, but yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm out for now. Hope you enjoyed all the recent videos, all the crazy build updates. No major updates to tell you on this farm, actually, but some things are coming around the corner that have something to do with Trinity. I'm diving a little deeper into Trinity, guys, behind the scene. Not ready to show you yet, but it's coming around the corner. You know me. Can't stop myself. Can't stop myself. All right, guys. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Okay, that's a video. Closed. Ooh. Nice.
Can I help?
I'll show you guys the jewel. Never seen the end of the video here? Yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, I cut it out, so, you know. What do you guys think this is worth? Apparently not. 270.
Yeah, meet the market.
You can't search this mod. You literally cannot search the desecrated mod in the game. It's not renderable in the trade. This would be a real pain in the ass to craft, though, if you were trying to target it. Actually, the desecrate mod might be easy to hit. I don't know. Yesterday I showed you guys how to craft the amulet and the gloves. I've already shown you guys how to do the
That's better. You may have been dreaming before.
jewels. I've crafted that one on stream before. Oh yeah, I like hit something half decent here anyway. I don't know if that combo is worth anything.
Yeah, meet the market.
Gotta do your chores. Maybe I already moved those down. Oh well. Yeah, Bluff's easy to run. For sure. Sanctified. $15? Wait. Why he's not showing up desecrated? What the heck, dude? These must be bricked. Oh, fractured, duh. Yeah, duh. Any way to become more tanky, more life, headhunter buff, do juicier content, get some evasion, revert back to energy shield variants. They are much more tanky. The other variants, not the current one I'm using. Spy, not fractured. Or corrupted. Or sanctified. Oh, there it is. The real number. What? What is this?
It's done. I'll sort it.
What's that just doing there? Somebody underpriced it. What are they doing? Haha. Whoopsie. These are definitely snipeable. Alright, next thing you do. Ruby is better than Sapphire. You can do it on either one, though. It's like marginally better. Prefix only, because you notice this is a suffix, right? And then you cranium, boink. You won't brick it. And then you fracture it, and I missed.
Oh, it's you.
Then you scam somebody. Maybe. I don't know.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
Spent about 100 div to craft the gloves this morning. Got to the end and bricked with the craft. No! A hard brick? Or just nothing happened? Dude. No, not like this. Dang, dude. You got like 5 divines. How do you access the market tab? / on the keyboard.
Oh, nice choice.
5 div.
Hail. Let's see if there are any takers.
Well, you can 3 to 1 bricks, actually. You guys think it is worth just randomly chaosing it? What if it is? Is there any other, like, special mod? You know, it'd be crazy if you randomly just, like, finished it. Oh god, I don't want to do that. I don't wanna do that. It's too annoying. It's gonna tilt me like crazy. Weight limit exceeded. Oh my god. Guys, new update out? Nope. It is not.
Oh, nice choice. What's new?
Oh. Wrong one. Bro! Alright, at least they 1 rage on hit. 1 rage on hit. It's gotta be good. What's the other mod? For damage? Actually, let me just see what I get. So good! Well, div deep, haven't gotten it yet.
I guess it's worth that.
This only cost me 3. Also missed. I've failed 4 in a row. I failed 4 in a row on a 1 and 3. What gives?
I guess it's worth that.
Bastard bamboozled me. I didn't double check. 1 in 4 fracture. Missed again. Jar Jar Bongs with the sub. Got the sub. Thanks for the sub. Wait, I can't believe I only farmed like 2 million gold on that whole thing. Crazy.
Sure thing.
All right, this is what, 25 div deep. Still missed. This is the worst I've ever had it. I've crafted like a dozen of these and I've never failed it this many times.
I guess it's worth
I think I've actually been pretty lucky when it comes to fracturing. 30. No, Sapphire's alright. This is my 6th attempt. Still haven't hit a 1 in 3 in 6 tries. There we go. Alright, took 6 tries to hit, but we finally hit. So that's starting off behind a fair bit. Oh, okay. No, not quite. That'd been funny. Holy! Okay. No, it's marginally better. The last 2 that I sold were... Oh, I mean, here. I can prove it to you. The last 2 that I sold were sapphires. They were selling for cheaper, so it's fine. I was doing 3 modded chaos, but actually I think upon second review it's actually a lot smarter to do 4 mod because you can still control the fracture to some extent. In some case you might get deterministic options there. Oh, let me track how much currency I'm spending on this.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Alright, so I've spent 30, this is 40. What's in my bag is now 40. Am I tired of twisters? No. No, I had in my mind another build I might try, but I can't. I just simply cannot. It's way too epic, Twister is. Simply need to go for 2 of the 3 following mods. Area of Effect, Skill Effectuation, and Radius. There is Area of Effect. Still alive. Banner skill Area of Effect. What? Oh! And look at this. See, this is why, right here. I'm a little on the fence about whether I want to Omen of Light these or not. I don't They used to omen light these, but actually, I don't think it's worth it. I'm gonna try without. Alright, this is, that's 5 extra divs, so that'd be a 45 div now. 45 div in total in here. So that...
Have an order?
What do these cost? Okay, 50 div. So now I do suffix, and that's guaranteed to hit the right in that case. Skill factoration, fairly low chance of hitting this. And I hit it. Alright, well. Get lucky in some ways, unlucky in others. Five. I think 10 there. 50. 45. About 40 divines. I crafted that in 40 divines. And I can sell it for 120. Or I could brick it. How do I do that? As my grand finale of the day. Wait, it hit an X. What? What did this even hit? This hit an extra mod? It can do that? What? I didn't even know it could do that. An extra mod? Oh, it's trash though. Oh my god. I didn't even know these could hit an extra mod. Do you guys know this could? I've never seen this happen on a time lost jewel. What the hell? Dude, imagine if you hit a good... What? Oh, I gotta corrupt all of these now. Oh my god. Yo, I need to save this for my, Oh, it's medium dude, I gotta save this for my, Titan Twister, dude. Imagine Titan Twister armor stacking. What? What? I don't know. That's insane, though. Oh my god, what could you hit? Dude, what would be the holy grail hit? I gotta see this. I didn't even know that. Okay, you have increased elemental damage, smalls. Maybe a little bit. Maximum maximum rage. What, dude? You could have maximum rage 9. You get 9 max rage out of that. Oh my god, I could have got 9 max rage. The fuck? Defenses from shield. I guess can't get that from armor. That's something maybe. Global fizz, yeah, trap damage. Oh my goodness. It could do presence. Presence of area of effect? Wait, what? I mean, it's kind of goofy, but 12 times 9. I could have 108% increased presence. I could double my presence for coming Calamity. I could double my presence. What? 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 Increase effective small passives. Could hit that. That'd be so stupid. Oh god. Attack speed. Wait, not attack speed. Critical. Guys, I need to craft on sapphires now, because what if it hit 10% crit multi? Get an extra 90% crit multi in the build. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I think I need to do sapphires, guys. For the corruption. For the fifth mod, there's better fifth mods. There's crit multi. What else is there? There's maximum energy shield, but actually I don't care about that now. Max rage would be so gross though. Oh, there's freeze buildup too. Yeah. Oh my god, I could have 100% freeze buildup. Unarmed attack speed still exists? What? 1% chance to gain volatility on kill. Oh my god, dude. I mean, is that gonna do anything for me? Armor? Wait, does Titan get 4% out of this? Wait, what if you had like increase effective small passives and small passives percent increase and you were Titan? Would you get like, is that like triple dip? I don't even know if I want to sell this. Alright, I'm gonna... It's like, Titan could use it. I feel like I gotta leave it, because I do plan to try Titan Twisters. I feel morally obligated to do. I'm probably gonna need large on that one though. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm gonna need large on it. I don't know. Give myself armor. Holy, from 8 to 9% armor. Wow. I mean, yeah, that's not really that good. Wait, to be fair, I was in the wrong thing. From 6 to 8. Oh. Alright, fine, I'll sell it. I don't think I would use it. For 300 divines.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
Who wants it for 300 divines? One of a kind jewel, never to be seen again. I don't know. That's how you make currency, guys. High risk, high reward. It's beyond a perfect item. It's literally divined perfectly. Even the corruption could have failed divine that armor roll. It still hit good. But yeah, that's how you... Okay, well... Yeah, I'll have to include that as a final highlight in the video. Jeez. I just have 26 div. There's no high risk, high reward. I know. You gotta start, like, you gotta build up to it, obviously. You gotta build up your own economy. Where can I check time loss modifiers? Increase effect notable. 2 dB. What? Here, I'll link it. This is the page I'm looking at. Alright guys, on YouTube, we're gonna see you later next time. As for you on Twitch, we're gonna send you somewhere. For our usual arrangement. Local haul, whatever he's doing. Playing hardcore solo cell phone. Alright, we're raiding local haul. It's been fun. I made 5 divines an hour. Then I crafted a almost god tier time loss jewel. I made completely dwarfs any amount of currency I made farming, which is a pretty typical theme. Pretty typical theme. My every day is like this. I make a little bit of currency farming and then make a crap ton of currency crafting. And that's kind of that's what most people are reporting. If you figure out something, so look for a way to craft. Look for something. Yeah, you can catch me talking about my crafts here, but the problem is, you know, you learn the way a streamer's crafting. It's probably not gonna be that lucrative after that. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope you enjoyed the video in the making. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll see you guys next time.